Good morning. Welcome to the Clear Creek County Board of County Commissioners regularly scheduled meeting. I call this meeting to order. Are there any members of the public that would like to present a matter of concern to the board? Michael Raber.
Do you want me to stand here or sit?
Yes, please. You can stand. It's fine.
Yeah, I'd like to
Good
make.
morning. Welcome to the Clear Creek County Board.
I'm so sorry. It usually doesn't happen to me.
So do I get an extra minute now?
Absolutely.
I'd just like to comment on one of your items that you're doing after lunch, and it's the item number 11, work section. Reference staff regarding CDOT 10-year plan. And you're all aware I've been involved with CDOT on planning and structure for bicycles, because that's the one thing that typically they don't put in their 10-year plans. That always comes up as a major issue once they start construction, whether it's the Greenway Trail or it's down anywhere in regional. So I would like to ask that you make sure that they focused on that as well, because they tend to not focus on it. And I can tell you with the improvements on what's going on with the Greenway Trail coming up from Golden and up through here, that's going to be a major beneficial infrastructure that comes in. And typically it's not addressed. So I don't know that you have anybody left here that has actually gone through the bicycle facility design course. It's on. I've been through 5 of them. Last one was last August. So if you want any assistance on this, I would be more than happy to help you. Also, I'm an ATSSA certified traffic marshal, so I understand what they need to go through and have worked with them on some things down in Jefferson County. And I'm also a certified bicycle instructor, so I have a lot of understanding on what needs to go into infrastructure to encourage people to get out of their cars and actually enjoy the activities. Okay. But that's key. Make sure I ask that you make sure you keep the bicycle infrastructure, which both the last 2 executive directors of CDOT has pledged to do as part of their mission with CDOT, and just want to make sure they're focused on that with this 10-year infrastructure.
Thank you very much, Mr. Raber.
Michael,
Yes.
if you could just identify, even though the chair knew your name, if you could just identify yourself for the record and your, the city you live in.
Oh, no, I can't. I don't want to do. Yeah, I'm Michael Raber and I'm from Echo Hills. Okay,
Thank you.
is that sufficient?
Yep.
Are there any other members of the public here for public comment? Online, Megan.
No hands raised and everyone online is staff, so.
All right, thank you. Moving on, we have a local licensing authority agenda.
Yes, that's me.
Okay,
Even though it says Nanette Reimer, it is me today. And this is just one of those examples of where you just need to give a head nod for approval. Megan, is anybody online for this? Not.
I don't believe so, no.
Okay, so
What's the name?
Nicole Nemmers.
yeah. No, not Nicole Nemmers. This would be marijuana.
I'm sorry.
If anybody's raising their hand.
Okay, you're good.
Staff has reviewed all the reports on this and that came in, and everybody approves. There's a recommendation to approve this, so we would ask for an administrative head nod for it. Okay, done. Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Am I missing something? I'm looking at you, George, just in case. Okay.
No.
And that's not here. I don't have anybody to hold my hand.
You did a good job.
Thank
you.
I think
Um,
it's
mo-
typically, it's something that I would appreciate to be offered during these things. Colleagues, do you have any questions or comments? I do not.
I appreciate that. That's good.
I do not.
Okay.
Perfect. That was a lot more. It would have gone a lot smoother if Nanette had been here. So thank you.
It's just fine. Thank you. Moving on to the Board of County Commissioners regular session. We have a work session regarding the interview of Nicole Nemmers for appointment to the Board of Directors of the Clear Creek County Tourism Bureau. Now, I have a question. I thought we already did interview her.
That would have been Cody.
Yeah, that was Cody, last time. Nicole is not been re-interviewed by this board.
Been a couple of-
But she has been interviewed once?
Originally, when her first appointment, I most likely was interviewed. That was prior to my time, I believe, but now her term has expired, so
Oh, okay,
board has a preference to re-interview people before they reappoint, essentially.
okay.
And so if she's here,
She's parking. I just saw her.
Okay.
Okay.
she's gonna come in personal.
Oh, is she coming in through the back door?
There's a back door.
Okay.
Well, staff can go through the back door.
Oh, okay.
Okay, well, let's put that work session on hold pending her arrival. And we can move on to communications update. Megan Hyler Wilson.
Love it. All right. I only have one quick update today, but it is important. Everybody write this date down. So all Colorado Division of Motor Vehicle places, so all clerk and recorder's offices will be closed on President's Day. So that's February 16th. The county will also be closed on President's Day, FYI. But there are going to be system upgrade closures for my DMV from February 13th to February 16th. So if you try to renew things online or you try to do any clerk services online during that week, you either A, won't be able to do it, or B, it'll be insanely slow. Even if you come in during that week of President's Day, it might be a little bit slower for clerks' offices. So just want to warn everyone, if you have to renew your license before X date, get it done now, because coming up here in a few weeks, it'll be slower or you won't be able to do it at all. So like I said, February 13th through 16th, and then all offices will be closed on February 16th. So remember. Thanks.
Thank you, Megan. Very
Yes,
good.
you're welcome.
County manager update, Colton Roloff.
Quick update, just a reminder for the board, next Tuesday after the mayors and commissioners meeting, we have the goals workshop. So please, send me anything that you would like included or bring it to that meeting to have those discussions with staff on our goals. And then I want to talk a little bit about what happened, last Thursday, near the tunnel. I want to thank our first responders for honestly heroic efforts, given our staffing of making sure that those kids got to the hospital. We had 4 people in one ambulance, 3 people in another ambulance, 1 person on a helicopter, and 1 person on another ambulance from Gilpin. Every single police officer in the county or sheriff's officer in the county was there. Every firefighter was there. The reason that this is a concern for us, which we'll talk about with CDOT, or at least for me, is that that's 140% of our response capacity on one accident. We are not really equipped to handle that kind of stuff at the rate that it keeps happening. And the unfortunate reality was that if we had had a second call drop with all 4 ambulances from our county and Gilpin in Denver, an hour response time, right? With Summit can't get up the hill when the road is closed. So then we're relying on Evergreen, and their nearest ambulance is Bergen Park. So if we have a cardiac arrest in Georgetown, it's an hour, right? Loveland. We had some calls called off from Loveland because our response time was probably 2 hours. And so this kind of incident for me is something that I would like to continue to talk about, because this might happen annually in other rural counties. This is a couple dozen times a year for us. And those near misses at that frequency is a real problem. So I want to thank, first of all of our first responders who did an absolute amazing job with that situation, but also remind everyone that just because it didn't end in tragedy this time doesn't mean that we're not looking at a real systemic issue here with this kind of traffic and this kind of risk that we're bearing with very limited resources. So look forward to talking about this in the CDOT session, but it's just another example of, how we keep having these near misses on this, with this infrastructure running through the county. And despite the fact that our first responders do such an amazing job that nothing has happened yet, doesn't mean there isn't a problem. And so I want to make sure that we're discussing this before a problem actually happens. Anyway, so that's all I've got.
You, let's go back to, item number, 4, Nicole Nemers.
Hi.
Hi, do you want to come take a seat?
Good morning.
Good morning. So why don't you introduce yourself and tell us why you are seeking reappointment?
Hi, Nicole Nemers, resident of Idaho Springs. I am seeking reappointment because I care deeply about our community and balance with tourism that comes in with it, of being both wanting to highlight what we have here, you know, what I love about it, and then also walking the line of protecting it for our future, keeping tourism sustainable, not allowing us to become an abandoned amusement park, I guess, down the road. Like, you know, for things like that. I think longevity, long term, not just quick, you know, turnover, I guess.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Colleagues, do you have questions?
How long have you been on the board, just out of curiosity?
I don't know. I think this would be my third reappointment.
How do you think the board has kind of metamorphosized itself and working more for the residents and the businesses together instead of what was happening before?
Well, I mean, I think that's a loaded question. I think the board has developed and changed quite a bit. You know, there were things that came up, changed with it. I think right now we have a balanced board, you know, and a larger board. For a long time, there wasn't anybody who was really in line for participating either. So I think having a balance of the recreation, the lodging, you know, I think all we're missing right now maybe is like a restaurant, which we've had before. So I think so. But I think having that and then having more collaboration. At the same time, in the past, we really never had a chamber of commerce for anywhere. So I think that being developing and being an umbrella for these business entities really helps too.
Thank you.
Mhm.
George?
Good morning.
Good morning.
You've been on the board for a while. You've seen a lot of change. I'm curious, you've seen a lot of different approaches to using tourism marketing dollars to the best effect. What's your current opinion? What's the best way to use a dollar for marketing?
Another heavy question. I think, you know, that takes a lot of the partnership that we need to have. I think paying attention to places that already have advertising and not overspending and double spending a dollar is important. I think highlighting what we have here for experiences and helping support the businesses in a way that reminds them they also need to lift themselves up, you know, and kind of getting everybody in. So there's always different ways to spend the dollar, right? I mean, print media changes, radio media changes, and I think us keeping our finger on the pulse of what's out there, you know, we have a ton of data to share these ideas and looking at it and just building it with more, I'd say, partnerships with everybody on a message of getting people here, reminding them where they are. Branding, I think, is a big deal. Like, I have a lot of experiences where people, you've all had it. Oh, I've had pizza in that little town, but they don't know where they are. They don't know they're in Clear Creek. So just, you know, reminding them in their brain where they were so they want to come back.
Thank you. I've been talking a lot about trying to really lean into day trippers and marketing to day trippers that are here. I think we have around 10 million visits a year, the trips, and we've identified that a lot of them aren't shopping here. I've become very interested in figuring out what kind of businesses are in Clear Creek that this demographic might be looking for, and specifically marketing those businesses. How do you feel about that?
I think that works. Tried to wrap my brain around this a lot lately. Kind of going into it with an approach of instead of influencers, ambassadors. And having people that would really hold up and, carry Clear Creek with them. And not just come here for one time, show off of this, but really be an ambassador and remind people every time they engage to come back. I think highlighting those businesses, because I try to think about the behavior of people too. Like, what are they coming here for? What do they have? And even looking at this off season we've had for snow, what do we have to offer here? Right? Besides just coming up and having a bite to eat. How do we layer into that, with more of the businesses and packages? How do we get more groups up here, like experiences like corporate retreats and so forth? And I think looking at those businesses, I'd be interested to see what we feel are the ones that are attacking certain demographics. Is it just shopping? Or are we layering into some experiences too?
I haven't looked closely enough to know
Mhm.
what, but I think there's this analysis taking place, which is just the businesses that people are shopping in outside of our community after they travel here, like, what are those businesses? What do they
Right.
have? Can we look at businesses that are similar, that are inside Clear Creek? And can we market those businesses to those people? That's I think, very different approach
Yep.
and a potentially controversial one, right? It's a very different approach than Clear Creek County, here's the brand, come on up, get into the mountains, and then kind of hoping that people end up in the stores. It's like, no, here actually are the stores. You are the people we know are already coming to the mountains, and here are the stores we think you would be interested in. Does that help give you?
Yeah, it's connecting the dots for people, kind of getting them there, but the controversial would be highlighting one business over another.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So I would try to deeper analyze it and just see how you layer that into the experiences. And how do you connect everybody here without overcalling them? And at the same time, that's opening conversation for other businesses on what they can do to elevate and, what is their target
I completely
audience.
agree. I completely agree that there's also a business development component to it.
Mhm.
And what I think, I don't want to put words in your mouth, what I think I hear you saying is what I believe in. So that's dangerous. Right? Which is, what I believe is that if we have a really strong case for it, it could make sense. And we're not talking about every dollar, right? But if we have a really strong case, like, it's really clear that we can spend $1 to a great effect right here, then maybe we do it sometimes.
But maybe there's another approach to it to where you're not just calling out that specific business, and like a industry or highlighting all the different industries so that it's a little bit more fair playing field. I don't know,
Okay, thank you.
those are definitely like conversations and things to continue going into.
Yeah, and I appreciate, you've been on the board a long time. You've heard a lot of feedback from a lot of businesses. And so
Mhm.
I know you're answering this kind of with that feedback in your head.
Yeah, but I work with a lot of businesses here too. So, I hear from them directly as far as, when they're sad and when things are going great, right? And how do we keep that balance going? And how do we continue it as we are in like such a perfect location to feed those shoulder seasons, I guess.
Yeah. Thank you. That's all for me. I
Okay,
appreciate you.
thank you.
So this is your third
Reappointment.
time seeking reappointment.
Third
Okay.
time in this hot seat.
So everything you said, we've heard before.
Mhm.
We know that's the issue. What solutions can you think of?
Many, but I don't know that they're all solutions. Everything's like a moving part. It's progress of getting it together. If there was just one solution, we'd be doing it, right?
What's your, give me a few ideas.
So, right now, I know discussion I've brought up. Well, we already know we're having a bad snow season. We need to start talking about the months to come. Like, let's keep people coming up. What else do we have to offer outside of just skiing? Do we highlight the learn to skiing? Like, how can we really be ready for spring break right now? Like spring break is in 2 weeks for a lot of other states who we're gonna start seeing coming up here, our Texans, our out-of-staters. How do we capture them and keep them here? How do we have them go from not just a shop, but then to a restaurant, to another shop and possibly staying the night to want to go on a museum tour, right? Like, how do we really educate people to get them here? And so I don't know that I can answer that with just one solution answer right now.
Okay, well, I wasn't asking for just one solution.
Yeah, but I mean, you know what I mean?
If, it seems to me, if we don't have snow, people can still hike and mountain
Mhm.
bike.
You want to be careful
then
because it's
to-
hold up on the trails too. So, you know, like, because I thought of that, like an education of like the lower hikes.
Oh, sure,
And
good
maybe
point. Yep.
bringing out, you know, Kim to do more guided hikes at this time.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely.
And to George's point, I think it's totally fair to say, you know, we have these great ideas to go explore. You don't have to go up into the snowfields. And then come into town and maybe you need a warmer jacket, go to, you know, the outfitter. Maybe you need food, go here, you know. Maybe you want to just poke around, you know, museums or, you
Mhm.
know, other shops because it's interesting and fun and just having, I mean, we have to totally think outside of the box and we know that people tend to come, get gas and keep going. But if there are no, you know, good no good skiing to go to, maybe they would stay and go for a nice hike and then go back to Denver or whatever. But we want them, you know, once we get them here, I still say we should market, you know, if we think we're getting a lot of day tripper hikers, then we should market things, you know, that hikers will be
To
in.
speak to them.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was thinking also, we're gonna get, hopefully, we get a lot of learn to ski people. They're only gonna last half a day because they're gonna be tired. They're not gonna come prepared, they're underprepared. So that's another opportunity to bring them into town, have them, you know, purchase another layer, enjoy it, soak it in and want to come back for more.
Mhm.
Identifying to where this leakage of people going, I was thinking things we are missing as far as experience. Do people want live music? Do we have that? You know, like, do we have things to capture them in an event, or are they going down to Golden and sitting somewhere warm, closer to their house to get home and then listening to live music? Do we have that? When we get the Argo cable car running, you know, it'll be interesting to see what event schedule does take place there,
Mhm.
right? And carry people through. So like working together with them and being able to highlight the full event for the whole county.
Right.
You know, also bringing in the roundabout. I think it's also underutilized for tourists that don't realize they can get around.
Mhm.
Maybe we
That's a very good point.
little scavenger hunts that entices them to try it, to use it, park their vehicle and use this to kind of tour our county.
Mhm.
We need to connect the dots to put that together to take
Yes,
us to the other
yes.
places.
I think that's important.
And that could be the hike. They could go hike the 730 trail at Silver Plume, get back on the roundabout and go shopping and eating.
Mhm.
So it's like laying out these mini itineraries.
I have one last question. Because of the lack of snow means the lack of water, are we in contact with the rafting companies on what this looks like if we don't get some?
A spring
Moisture
runoff.
soon.
Yes, they are preparing for their second worst year. As I understand it. And so it'll be, you know, short, but they're gonna give it their go. They're staffing up and they're gonna do as much as they can for business. Similar to what we're doing with pivoting on skiing, learn to ski, you know? Then you can have the people who want to learn to raft, little beginner rafting trips, maybe more of those people. But though that industry is already preparing for that, and that's, you know, what they do. But yes, that is a concern.
Yeah, it just seems like an opportunity to get people to do other things than the
Mhm.
usual.
To divide them up, split them around, yeah.
Yeah.
Whether it be other hikes, but again, getting the people back down. So that's where I do think the roundabout could be more useful.
So I'm sorry, I forgot. What, do you have a business in Clear Creek?
I have a wholesale business, so I sell to probably 14 different businesses in Clear Creek County.
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
Anything that attracts tourists?
I sell sunscreen. I
Okay.
sell wildlife bracelets that track endangered species. I sell plush toys that do that as well. We have 3 dealers here in town. I sell towels, blankets, and artesian things, and I sell ski and snowboard wax and tools.
Awesome.
Mhm.
Well, that sounds like it's pretty geared toward our market.
Absolutely. I work with resorts and small shops across Colorado, Utah, Wyoming, and New Mexico. So every ski area, and I hear all their doom and gloom and get to compare it to see how we're doing.
I think we're doing better than Utah, but yeah.
Yeah. But it is interesting just to see what other small towns, we compare to. I know we've talked about that and like where I see when I go to do my shop tours, what other people are doing. And so it would be interesting to kind of keep the finger on the pulse and how do we get them here?
Right.
How do we offer what they're looking for? And how do we remind them that we have it?
Okay. Any other thoughts on the improvement of our tourism board?
I think collaboration. I think Colton's been awesome with sharing data. We're kind of diving in, and I think not listening to too much noise, but staying focused as well, and execution. I mean, in the end, we can have a lot of meetings, but we've got to execute monthly to keep things going and stay into the calendar year.
Thank you. Any other questions?
I'm good.
No, thank you.
All right, thank you, guys. Have a nice day. It's snowing out. That's
Oh, good. Somewhere.
That is this winter, isn't it? Oh.
Yeah. Somebody saw a snowflake somewhere.
my car when I parked. Okay, on the other side of the building.
Oh.
Oh, okay. Oh, way over there. All right, moving on, back to the Board of County Commissioners regular session, commissioner updates. Who would like to go first?
I can go. So I've been working with the Child Care Working Group. We said that we would continue working through the year so that they would be prepared to do their presentation early this year. And I believe that is going to be happening next week. I attended the Dr. Cog with Rebecca, and Rebecca did a very good job in presenting Clear Creek County to the board, and hopefully we will get to join the MPO at some point. It looked more lengthy than I had originally thought, so I don't think it's going to happen anytime soon. And then I'll be introducing Alexis, our new lands manager, to NOCO Places this Friday, so I'm excited to do that. And I would also like to thank David Danielson, working with me with a lot of the residents that have had concerns over the STRs with all the changes, and it's been a lot of work for him, so thank you to his team. And then I testified with the Public Utilities Commission, the PUC, on requiring Xcel Energy to reimburse residents and businesses for their losses during the Xcel's PSPS, the Public Safety Power Shutoff events. I also talked to them about the safety and asking Xcel to do a better job in investing in our infrastructure up here and taking in consideration of the public safety, and especially with people with medical needs. There were a lot of people that testified. It was really good. And I've never really seen the PUC comment back to people, and they were apologizing to people, and some businesses up in Boulder lost huge amounts of money, and they're probably going to be closing because of it. So this is not something lightly. Can also go on to the PUC's website and submit your stories and your concerns. So hopefully more people will do that. I think they had 2,000 people last I knew that sent in concerns. So big deal. That's it for me.
Thank you. George?
Thank you. Question on the PSPS. Do you think we ought to be writing a letter, or if there's 2,000 people doing public comment, maybe that's.
So I asked Colton to get a list together of losses that we know of. And then I'm gonna talk to Idaho Springs. And because I know there was a business that I heard lost a lot of money. So if we can get the stories and send those in, absolutely. And us as individuals too. I know I sent one in personally. And then I testified on behalf of our community.
Okay,
Thank you.
so,
But everybody, it affected them differently. So I didn't realize in Mill Creek that was my neighbors that had extensive damage like Evergreen had. Because I didn't have the damage, I just had the shut off. So the trees coming down on the lines, I didn't know that until a couple weeks ago when a resident notified me and I went up there and I was like, whoa. There are just trees that went down across the roads and you can see all the chainsaw marks and, but yeah, it just kind of randomly hit communities and I know Evergreen was.
yeah,
Huge.
that was, I mean, okay, so this isn't a work session, this is comment section. So thank you for, advocating on that side. I feel very strongly that they had to shut the power off,
Oh,
otherwise
absolutely.
we would have had massive forest fires.
Yeah, what we're asking of them is they're asking for this increase and instead of increasing their bottom line and their shareholders' profits to put this money into the infrastructure. If they had a better infrastructure, this wouldn't be happening, right? We wouldn't have all these shut-offs if we would have invested better. And then also there's other, like in California, they have better ways of shutting areas off instead of massive amounts. They're like micro areas.
Of course,
So
Clear Creek probably would be a micro area in California. but-
maybe, yeah.
Yeah.
So they can just do better.
I agree. Thank you. And if to the extent we need a letter or whatever as a board, anything we need as a board, please, thank you for being on top of this.
Okay.
It's really, really important.
Thank you.
And it's easy for us to get lost in like all the impacts of the metro area. We have 300 square miles that need to be protected up here. And so thank you. A couple of things from me. First, I just want to start with, there was a gathering in Idaho Springs on Sunday. It was in response to what I think are accurately being called public executions in Minneapolis by ICE. Just want to thank the community members that came out there. We had nearly 200 people decide to get together in Idaho Springs, Colorado, a town of 1,800 people. They had gathered out of grief for the public executions they had witnessed with their eyes, out of fear for what appears to be a federal agency that simple disagreement with can place you in danger. And it was a really good moment. Really grateful to everybody in the community that showed up to express their support for the people in Minneapolis that appear to be fighting for their basic freedoms. Jody, I want to thank you for being there, and I think I'll just leave that at that. I will just, colleagues, some counties have issued statements, and I'm curious what you think about. Obviously, we wouldn't be approving a statement in this meeting because it's not on the agenda, but are you interested in writing up a statement sort of by this board, reminding people what it looks like to enforce laws responsibly in a democracy?
I think it is important to hold all the laws that are in place and to remind people that those laws are there for a reason, to protect people's rights, and I would be willing to be part of that.
Are we allowed to have
No.
a discussion? Okay.
No, you're absolutely right to call. The reality is that commissioner comments is for the commissioners to talk about what they've been doing and any ideas, but to actually decide
Whether to schedule a consideration of a letter?
if you consider the scheduling for a future agenda, we can do that.
That's what
You should just indicate if that's the case.
That's what I had intended to
Okay.
ask. Would we like as a board to have it on the agenda to consider some kind of a statement in response to this?
Yeah, that is fine with me.
I won't object to a discussion about it as long as we protect Clear Creek. That's all I'm gonna say.
17th, or do you need more time?
I wanted to get a sense, I think we should, if somebody wants to draft something, it might be me, it could be you, Jody. If something wants to be drafted, I just wanted a sense of whether the board wanted to consider something, and so I'm satisfied. Next, we had a conversation about tax incentives on the Clear Creek Economic Development Corporation Board. We do not have any. We're one of 5 jurisdictions in Clear Creek County that have no tax incentives, no definition of the kinds of businesses we would like to attract, and no policy around any temporary tax breaks we might give them to move here. I think in the past, that conversation has had some legal components that I don't know that we've understood as an organization. So I think I just want to acknowledge that for Peter and for the two of you. But the question is, do we want to put a conversation about tax incentives on a mayor's and commissioner's agenda? So that we can discuss amongst the 5 jurisdictions whether we want to start to do tax incentives or not.
You mean like in March or past?
What?
Like one in March, not this February.
Yeah, just sometime this year. Just,
Yeah, I think it's always good to have a discussion on.
okay.
And everybody's like,
It's emerged through CCEDC as one of the most important things we need to be doing to develop our economy. Okay, so then a couple of comments on some bills. You will see, so CCI is meeting Thursday and Friday. I plan to attend both. As a reminder, at least what I've been doing, we tend not to take bills as a board unless they're, really important or we have a very unique position with other counties. What I've been doing last session and what I intend to do this session is highlight bills that I think need some discussion and make comments here about my thoughts on them. So that if we need to take positions as a board, we can get it on an agenda and have that conversation. So I want to invite you all as well, when you have thoughts on a bill that are not the obvious thoughts, to just bring them up in this or ask that they be on an agenda. The 3 things I want to bring up to you today. One is data centers. There's House Bill 1030 is a bill that I think ought to be opposed. It's data center utility modernization. It gives tax breaks to new data centers. It's a very problematic bill for a number of reasons. I don't want to get all the way into all the policy details. CC4CA has taken a position of oppose on that bill, I believe. And it's on the CCI agenda. Senator Kipp is drafting a bill that does not have a number yet, that is more about regulating data centers and making sure that when we build them, they make sense. That bill, I think it's wise to support. So I'll just leave those comments there for the two of you. Senate Bill 19 is a bill of a lot of interest for us. It has a number. This bill affects early childhood councils. It is called Modernization. Leadership. That is not the right bill. It's called Early Childhood Local System Consolidation. So they're combining early childhood councils and local coordinating organizations.
Is that 19?
That's Senate Bill 2619.
Okay.
We're a smaller set of counties that would be negatively impacted by this. We need some amendments. So I'm going to be asking for amendments at CCI and asking CCI to take an amend position. Just so that you all know, this is sort of in consensus with Gilpin and Jeffco and Triad Bright Futures and the advocates that we work with in that space. And then on the Outdoor Opportunities Act, there's a lot of energy to oppose it. I think an amend position might be better because I think there's an opportunity to get some nice language in there for us that acknowledges. I mentioned this a couple weeks ago, so this is just a reminder that some language in there acknowledging that the recreation economy doesn't unilaterally benefit every community and that some communities are struggling to generate enough revenue to provide basic services for this economy. We're working on some language. I want to thank Colton. He offered some language and we'll see what we can get in. That is all that I have in terms of bills on the CCI agenda that
George, did that?
might come up as
get
a
number yet?
surprise to you. The Outdoor Opportunities Act?
Yes.
I don't know if it's been introduced yet.
Okay,
Um,
I don't have a number on it yet.
Twenty-six ten zero eight. The Colorado Outdoor Opportunities Act, it has been introduced.
And that's Senate.
That's a House bill. And then just obviously the legislature's website is very handy. There's something called the display board. If you Google CO display board, it shows all the bills that are in committee and then they're out. And then the Secretary of State has a lobbyist, search function that you can go and see how other entities are positioning themselves on bills. I tend to use those three tools to track what's going on. Our membership organizations also list all the bills they're engaging on.
That's great. Thank you.
I think that's all from me.
All right, thank you. I'll be brief. We all attended meetings with US Senator Bennett and Congressman Goose, who gave us updates on matters of concern to the country and to Colorado. In particular, with respect to childcare, Goose wanted to follow up on the 1.6 million he donated to might be the Clear Creek Schools Foundation. I told him,
I believe he referenced a conversation about having gotten $1.6 million for childcare for the county. Didn't come to us. So
okay,
we're trying to figure
so
out.
I told him I would follow up on that. So if it's a matter of waiting for Mitch to come back from vacation.
If it was the school foundation or someone, but we're looking into,
Oh, you are?
It
Okay, thank
was
you.
the schools foundation
I
that
believe so.
applied for community
Yeah.
congressionally directed spending. And so does he need follow-up?
Bennett needs follow-up.
Wants to know how it's going.
Bennett, sorry.
Yep. Thank you.
you.
And yes, I gave a presentation at DRCOG about Clear Creek needing to be part of the Metropolitan Planning Organization, which is the only way to get funding out of DRCOG for transportation projects. It seemed to be well received and people appreciated all of Colton's good points that he gave me to relay to them. So we'll see how that goes. They also have to get written buy-in from all the municipalities in our county, and Colton's on top of that. And if I can do anything to help, I'm happy to. I will hand deliver things to get them signed.
Okay.
Let's see, I've been attending several meetings of the Regional Housing Authority. We will also be attending a work session next week regarding our next steps. We have solicitation out for a new executive director. If you or anyone you know has the background and the interest, please apply. Thank you. I've attended the Highway 103 evacuation drill meetings with our Office of Emergency Management, the sheriffs and the fire departments. And this will be held probably early May. There's a lot of buy-in from the agencies that would be involved in a real emergency evacuation. So we're hoping that everyone in Echo Hills and Beaver Brook that have been concerned about fire evacuation will participate. So we have a sense of the need, the timing, the volume. So if you are really concerned about this, please participate. Thank you. You will be getting information soon. Let's see. I'll be attending a Floyd Hill CDOT meeting next week. We all will be meeting with the mayors and commissioners to discuss matters of concern for the county. We will be attending a joint meeting with the school district that's coming up. And I believe there's a tourism board meeting coming up too. So we'll be participating in that. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, moving on to the Board of County Commissioners action session, the consent agenda. And colleagues, did you have any concerns or should we move on this on consent?
I don't need to pull anything.
Okay.
Pull anything?
Hearing none. Peter, do I just read them off?
Yes, please.
Okay. Consideration of approval of the warrant register. Consideration of approval of memorandum of understanding between the Board of County Commissioners of the County of Clear Creek, Colorado, and Catholic Health Initiatives, Colorado, doing business as Flight for Life, Colorado. Consideration of approval of the Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act memorandum of understanding specific to the Division of Employment and Training Jobs for Veterans State Grant Program. And consideration of approval for impact assistant grant application. May I have a motion?
I make a motion to agenda.
Second.
All in favor?
I
Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. Thank you. Moving on the agenda, we have a public hearing on,
question.
yes,
Could we just take a quick break? Only because I'm trying to get staff here. We blew through consent a little faster than we were expecting for the public hearing.
yes, we will take a 5-minute break. Okay, very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Do the same thing.
Hey, we are back on the record. Moving on to public hearing. Consideration of resolution R 26-16 to establish a special use permit for case SUP 2025-03 Forest Parking Lot. This hearing, or actually our staff needs more information. So we will be continuing this hearing at a future date. May I have a motion to that effect?
Do we need a date certain?
We believe that February 17th, the next board meeting, is the appropriate date, so may as well include that in the motion, please.
Do you like to
Thank
include
you.
a time as well?
The time will just be starting anytime after 8:30. There's no specific time that we're going to set this.
Okay.
Can if. No, I'd rather leave it just open if we could.
Move we can, and if you're ready. Yeah, move we continue this hearing to February 17th.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Now we'll be moving on to Clear Creek County Emergency Services General Improvement District Board of Directors Action Session. Consideration of Emergency Services General Improvement District 26-01, a resolution nominating Nancy Santagata to serve on the Board of Directors of Clear Creek Fire Authority.
Normally, this would be a consent item, but it's a standalone since it's the ESG that you're sitting as.
Okay.
ESGID. Nancy was interviewed, I believe at the last meeting, and the board indicated, each board member reached out to Colton and indicated that they would like to appoint Nancy. So that's all this does. So what you would do is just need a motion and second and approval.
May I have a motion?
I would like to make a motion for the approval of ESGID 26-01, a resolution nominating Nancy Santagata to serve on the Board of Directors of the Clear Creek Fire Authority.
May I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
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 Motion is approved. Thank you very much. I think she'll be a good addition.
I agree. I was really impressed by her interview.
Very excited.
All right. We have on the agenda break for lunch, but is there?
It's very early.
It's rather early for lunch. We're doing a great job. Let's move
We
that.
can do the item, the work session regarding the 10-year plan. We were hoping one of our consultants could be here, so that's not until around 12.
All right.
I understand.
Okay.
So I'm going to respectfully suggest that we go into executive sessions.
Very good. Thank you. That would be,
Unless you need another break or anything.
no, that would be a good efficient use of time. Thank you. The board will move into executive session for the following purposes.
Pursuant to CRS 24640224A and D for the county attorney to meet with the Board of County Commissioners for the purposes of receiving direction related to the purchase, acquisition, lease, transfer, or sale of any real, personal, or other property interest related to water supply for Lawson Mobile Home Park, and determining positions relative to matters that may be subject to negotiations, developing strategy for negotiations, and instructing negotiators with regard to a new water leasing and basin-wide augmentation plan participation agreement for that water supply. And then pursuant to CRS 24644024B and D for the Board of County Commissioners to confer with the county attorney for the purposes of receiving legal advice on specific legal questions relating to code enforcement cases COD 25162, COD 25164, and COD 25112. Those relate to Clear Creek Getaway and Rick Bressam, and determining positions relative to matters that may be subject to negotiations, developing strategy for negotiations, and instructing negotiators with regard to the aforementioned code enforcement cases. Then pursuant to 24640224B for the Board of County Commissioners to confer with the county attorney for the purpose of receiving legal advice on specific legal questions pertaining to roles and authorities defined by statute relating to land use regulation, zoning code interpretation, and code enforcement responsibilities within the county, and the legal and governance implications arising from the county's current administrative structure. Item D, pursuant to CRS 24640224B and D for the Board of County Commissioners to confer with the county attorney for the purposes of receiving legal advice on specific legal questions relating to matters involving potential litigation or other action to address a decision by the Lookout Mountain Water District that will negatively impact the ability of Clear Creek High School, Middle and High School, and surrounding areas to provide for fire suppression and other public safety needs in addition to other potential adverse impacts, and determining positions relative to matters that may be subject to negotiations, determining strategy for negotiations and instructing negotiators with regard to the aforementioned issue. I needed more caffeine this morning, making mistakes. Pursuant to 2464 B and E for the Board of County Commissioners to confirm with the county attorney for the purposes of receiving legal advice on specific legal questions relating to proposed legislation, and determining positions relative to matters that may be subject to negotiations, developing strategy for negotiations, and instructing negotiators with regard to the proposed legislation.
Second.
All in
Evan.
favor?
I'm sorry,
Aye.
who was
Aye.
the first?
Rebecca.
Rebecca. Sorry about that.
Okay,
We all say aye.
We did.
So the board will be moving into
I
executive
was
session.
about to say that.
Cool.
Did you call for a vote?
Yeah, I heard.
sure, yeah, I moved.
Oh.
And then he's
And then I
read it.
said-
And then I heard.
Did you call for a vote?
I said, all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Jody and I said aye.
Okay.
We didn't need you, but thank you.
But yes, got it. Sorry.
We are moving into executive session.
No written minutes will be taken, no decisions made.
Thank you, Peter.
I am
Good afternoon. We are back from executive session. No minutes were taken and
No decisions.
no decisions were made. Thank you, and Council Blickman. We are now moving on, the Board of County Commissioners' regular session to a work session to address comments on CDOT's 10-year plan. And do we have, Cindy, are you speaking on that? Please come forward. And I also have Colton, you down here as well.
Firing on photographs again. You know, the furthest one down there is Bakersville
Oh, wow.
in the 1860s when there was a huge,
She's our consultant.
there was a huge mill
Oh,
on the Bakersville site. It's interesting. All right, as you know, CDOT, because CDOT has discussed it with this board before, was redoing, as it does, its 10-year plan. And so they have put out online what the 10-year plan is for, for the whole state, for all the different regions in the state. And Region 1's 10-year plan encompasses what they plan to do, of course, in Clear Creek County for that time. And there are 2 items on that 10-year plan that relate to Clear Creek County. I'll be quite frank, what surprised me is that there are no more than 2 items that relate to Clear Creek County on the 10-year plan. But we'll speak about that later, because there is an obvious thing in the room that the 10-year plan totally ignores. And the shoulder lanes, the whole CTIO process. I mean, the 10-year plan is saying that whole question is not a question for the 10-year plan. And actually, as far as we know, it isn't. That was sort of surprising to me, because if they were planning to try to immediately do something with those lanes, they know that they would be required to do construction projects, because none of the bridges, even when peak period shoulder lanes were put in, none of the bridges that the traffic goes over were addressed. So they are all at the very limited stage. So it is interesting to me that that's not in the plan. Colton?
But they do acknowledge in the plan that the Peaks period shoulder lane is, because they listed as a completed project.
Yes.
So they're taking credit for it, but then they're not.
They're not saying that they're doing anything to it in the next 10 years. And if you want to believe that, that's up to you. I don't, but across that bridge when we come to it, what they're asking for is comments on the plan as they are presenting it. There are 3 items actually in the 10-year plan that, as it is presented. There are 2 that are identified mitigation commitments. One is the Idaho Springs Sound Wall, and the other is the Empire Wildlife Crossing. Then there is one sort of in the planning stage for the first part of the 10 years and the construction phase for the last part of the 10 years. And that is the Bakerville climbing lane that would extend from, they have it extending from Bakerville to the tunnel. I think that, we'll get into that. So those are the items that they're really asking for comments on at this time, because those are the items that appear in the plan. And Colton has written up a couple of pages of comment. I think everybody has it. And I'd like to speak to a couple of things on this comment sheet. First of all is the Idaho Springs Sound Wall. It is a Floyd Hill project mitigation. The design has been completed. The residents have been surveyed and given the choice between 3 designs, and they have chosen the design they want. The construction is scheduled for this summer. And so,
And it's in their newsletter is confirming it's scheduled now.
yes. Well, it's been confirmed to the project leadership team of Floyd Hill. It has been in the plan all along to be done in this phase of the Floyd Hill project. So as far as I see, they are really honoring that commitment. The Floyd Hill project, quite amazingly, is in its 3rd year already. And it is on time and in budget at the moment, which is sort of incredible to say 3 years into any project. So when they say this is committed for this summer, I don't think we need to call out that, hey, you've got to stick with that commitment, because they are. On the other hand, the Empire Wildlife Crossing, what, you question
I question because the Empire Crossing was also in the plan and and that's already on the cutting room floor.
No, it's not. That's its problem, as a matter of fact. They've designed it twice and neither of them work. And so they've done a real push forward on that thing. And so, no, it has been disconnected from the Floyd Hill project.
And another way to say that is that they promised to fund it and then they didn't, right?
Yes. Well, yes, and yes, and
So
yes.
I don't want to get overly stuck on this. I'm
No,
not sure.
but I think we need to make a very strong point about the Empire Crossing.
I
It's
have a
been
question.
deprioritized at a minimum.
And I'm just not sure I can accept the point that we shouldn't mention the walls in Idaho Springs. I think I hear you saying we shouldn't mention the noise walls in Idaho Springs. They told me like 2.5 years ago to expect a community meeting in the next 6 months on this.
Well, they've met with the property owners there several times.
They have?
Yes. The property owners voted. They had 3 different designs to vote on, and I literally saw the tally of the votes and the names and.
Was that for Bakerville or Idaho Springs?
Yeah, that's the Idaho Springs sound wall.
Okay.
As part of the Floyd Hill project.
As part of the Floyd Hill project. What they did to the Empire Wildlife Crossing is that they disconnected it from the Floyd Hill project. I'd have more faith. I'm not saying we shouldn't mention the Idaho Springs sound wall. I just would not. We are anticipating this will be completed as scheduled on. I mean, I think we say we're still watching. I just wouldn't take it to task in the same way. And I would really take the Empire Wildlife Crossing into task.
So I have a question. When we're looking at the forms, it's this one, yours is yellow, mine is purple.
I'm just in a different section of it.
Because,
Well, is Central Projects.
yeah, so the
Should be just region 1.
Empire Wildlife Crossing is on that, so they are allocating $4 million, but it's gonna cost 24 million, is that?
You look at your years. What years are you in?
I am in,
10 years.
it's just.
Because they've put it off till 2030.
It's not in this chart. It's in a different section where it's been.
Oh, so it's
we're-
technically in the 10-year, but
Yeah.
way
It's
down.
technically in the 10-year, but they've just shoved it way off.
We would like to point out, as part of the Floyd Hill process, Genesee got their wildlife crossing and everyone else got theirs, and ours is the one that got
Right.
pushed.
Yeah.
There might be technical reasons for that, but for us, it doesn't feel fair, and it
No.
isn't fair.
No, it is not fair.
This is the first time hearing about any kind of design fail.
Yeah, there was 2 times for a design fail on it.
Because of
That's-
Granite or
That's
what?
their problem. That's not our problem. And our problem is that they are putting this way out in time, and they have not come to discuss it with Clear Creek County, because that wall is in Clear Creek County.
The wildlife crossing.
Yeah, the wildlife crossing is on county land. And yeah, that they're just sort of, they keep kicking it down the street. And what I'm saying about the yes, we're going to continue to watch. We want to see that Idaho Springs Soundball turn up on the day they said it would. But we have seen it progress and we know it's funded. The Empire Wildlife Crossing sort of got, Colton's right. Other places got attention, so I would definitely point that one out. The other thing, in general, these comments set up what has been our argument let's do Bakerville first, because that's a different, but that's a different, I'm about to bring up a different.
So Cindy, can I take a sec?
Yeah.
So commissioners, in that comment, those two comments that I wrote, one was general. So there's a section in the comment that allows you to comment on the 10-year plan itself.
Okay.
So one is, the point I was trying to make is, where's our mitigation projects? How come everything in here is about expansion? The one mitigation project we have has been punted. Like, basically that, we don't agree with this prioritization in the 10-year plan. The second comment is specific, the Bakerville climbing lane, so will be associated with that project specifically, and then.
Yeah, so let's do that. And then I'd like to back up to some of the background stuff for the whole idea there. The climbing lane, my comment here is that I believe that we should be stronger in our language about the CSS process. The comment as it's laid out, there's the comment, and you will find that on page 2 of Colton's comments. It says comment 2, and in the 4th paragraph of comment 2, it said the county should be engaged as a partner at the outset of the CSS process. The way the CS process is intended to work, if CDOT is going to do any project in this county, they are to contact the county commissioners, whether a PLT should be set up. That's the way the CSS was agreed to in the record of decision for this corridor. So we should be very, very strong here. The CSS process requires, it's not contact us if you want to. It is a must.
What is PLT?
CSS is context sensitive solution.
I know. What's PLT?
Oh, the project leadership team. Does it need a project leadership? That's a decision that belongs to this board. That decision does not belong to CDOT. They come to this board and say, hey, we've got this construction project or this big mitigation project or this big maintenance project. Do you think we need a CSS process project leadership team? If this board thinks yes, then one gets set up. Between this board and CDOT, you decide who should sit on that leadership team. Now, the leadership team has qualifications. The leadership team it's not the team that does the planning with CDOT. That's the next team down. The leadership team is the jurisdictions involved and the agencies involved. So for this one, it would be CDOT, it would be the FHWA, it would be Clear Creek County, and you might take a look at the I-70 Coalition because they are quite often represented on this kind of process. The project leadership team then sits in a room and says, do we need a technical team? Or can we look at it and say, all right, so you're redoing all of the speed limit signs. We see the rationale, we see everything, we don't need a technical team. In a planning project like this, you always need a technical team because that's where the group who is the project leader, the project leadership team is akin to our Board of County Commissioners who say, okay, we want to get X project done. Who is it that we need in the room to get that project done? And that's your technical team. And so typically your project leadership team will say, all right, this involves the Forest Service. We want them there.
I'm sorry.
Go.
Go ahead.
No, we would want the Forest Service, we might want Trout Unlimited, we might want all these people would become part of the technical team, and that team is the team that sits down with CDOT's planners to come up with the plan. That's how this thing operates.
So if I understand you correctly, what you're saying, this fourth paragraph, you just want us to be more assertive and sort of presumptive. Here's the process that we expect.
Yes, because it is the process that is laid out.
That's fair.
That sounds great to me.
Yeah,
Colleagues?
we just need to be really strong, I think, in that process, because this sort of sounds like we're asking them to include us.
That's fair.
Yeah.
No, we're taking the position that this is.
Trying to use my good manners. I won't this much.
So this was a process that used to be, and then it's just kind of gotten lost, or,
No, we've used it very well. It still exists on.
I mean, like currently right now.
Yeah, well, Floyd Hill has a PLT. I'll go to it on Friday. Every project that we've had. We even tried one. They tried a tech team for Bakerville and it blew up because they hired a consultant and told him to run a process that he didn't understand.
Is the question behind your question,
Why
are we mentioning this? Why are we going out of our way to mention this?
Exactly.
Well, the reason we're going out of our way to mention this is that the leadership at the current leadership of Region 1, and it's the current leadership of Region 1, will try to avoid it whenever possible. That was not true of past leaderships of Region 1. They made it much easier. And at one point, they were even asking us whether we wanted a project leadership team to redo the striping.
So this is
County
something.
commissioners went, what? No, we don't want a project leadership team to redo striping.
So Jessica Nickelbust
Mhm.
is our rep. That's who we discuss this with, or?
No, we put this in this letter. And at some point, if we don't hear about getting a project leadership team, yes, you say to Jessica, what's going on? And
Okay.
you guys forced them to do it in the CTIO discussions. I don't know whether you recall that, but we said, we're not going to meet with you unless you help set up the proper, if you bring a project leadership team together. And they did. They said they would only hold 2 sessions, but the gal who ran it for them was Abby Mondafri, who is their who is their everything these days.
Right.
But she read the book of, okay, how do you set up when a project leadership team is set up, they come in and they're told what the desired project is. There is a whole set of values for the corridor that's been established in the record of decision. They have to go down through, and the first one of those values is safety, which comes to Colton's points. They have to go down the list of values and say to themselves, how does this project relate to each of those values? And then they have to agree upon a concept statement for the project. And then they have to decide, does it need a technical team to proceed?
I can firm up that language for sure.
Yeah, but I just want to, because I think the process is very clear to environmental at CDOT, to Abby. Process right now, Region 1 administration would just as soon avoid, they feel like it's time consuming and they're just going to go ahead and do what they want. That comes and goes. That's our experience with CDOT.
Okay, so I have, unless there's anything else, I don't want to like short circuit that, but I have something else I want to bring up.
My concern, and I don't see it in your comments here, Colton, except generally, is they're saying Bakerville climbing lane would go to the tunnel,
Yes,
From Bakerville.
and then all of a sudden there's a bottleneck at the tunnel.
That's the question, yes.
That's why I wanted to have the concept conversation with the board about, do you want me to add that concern on the tunnel expansion being state our position and our concern about this project, about the tunnel expansion being needs to come first?
Bakerville
Not-
climbing lane is, we have agreed to in the record of decision as an early as a specific highway improvement.
So then we
don't get to argue that, Cole.
So, okay, so that was kind of why I left it out, was I wasn't sure if that was
Okay.
even a real argument. Second, and so the feedback I got from Cindy, which was firm, I mean, was just our making sure that that is a fully formed process that's in alignment with decisions, and they're actually gonna come in here and add a climbing lane, right? Without involving us.
Yeah, and look at number 1 under your request.
Mm-hmm.
Request that CDOT establish that, not ensure it said that it is established. We request that they establish it,
Yeah, I will firm up all the places.
firm up all that language.
More assertive, for sure.
That's going to be a very interesting collaboration because the environmental groups are very strong about what's happening and the argument that that this is one of the most difficult places on the highway, which is what Colton has presented up front, is true. It's inaccessible, it's remote, it's got the worst weather, it's and it's got lousy bridges, and I don't think they've put any of the bridges into this thing.
So on this, is it worth it for us to go ahead and mention that we also we need to see by the time that third lane is open, we need to see the third bore conversation proceed? Right? Because this is our concern, right? Is that we're building capacity to a giant wall that everybody stops at, and then we've got to get our emergency services up there. And I feel like it's very on brand with our other comment to go ahead and also we want to point out that when this Bakerville climbing lane is constructed, CDOT's going to need to have in its infrastructure planning something for the third bore.
I absolutely agree with it, except that we did agree to a record of decision where we said that this climbing lane was an okay specific highway improvement.
Okay, so
we do have, I mean, if we didn't have that in writing, we wouldn't even be.
I'm not suggesting we oppose it. I'm just suggesting that we express some anxiety about what it looks like to have that lane be built and not have a third bore in the tunnel.
Yeah, so I think it's firm up the language on the stuff that is backed by the rod and then softly say, hey, look what the position you're putting us in and align with our first comment. This is more cars, more capacity. There's no way to get them through the whole, what good is this?
Okay,
You know,
so not to be difficult here,
Mhm.
but, yes, this is one of the most dangerous sections of road in the United States. And it seems when we're talking about steep grades, limited right of ways, sensitive natural resources, existing public safety challenges, high crash rates, difficult emergency access, the knee-jerk reaction is, well, then you need a third lane to, maybe get the truckers.
Well, that's what the climbing lane is.
I know. But this whole paragraph isn't, doesn't sound to me like it would be, I mean, what are we trying to get with saying, yeah, it sounds like we really need this third lane and we'll support it.
No, it's that the third lane is incredibly complicated in this section and we need to be a partner and we need to
Okay.
be leadership,
Okay.
part of the leadership team here because it's our public safety infrastructure that's holding the bag here.
Okay,
Right,
so,
it's
so
our
can
creek.
you say that?
Yeah.
And it's the Clear Creek County Public Safety Infrastructure that, has to be.
Yeah.
It has to handle this, so.
Do we have any, also, I'll just note, this is interesting. It's in the Denver Regional Council of Governments, MPO category. But
But we're not
I'm
in it
looking
yet.
at this and I'm seeing that estimated cost of 20 million. 10-year plan only has 12.5 million in funding. Is that worth flagging? I don't know enough about how they fund infrastructure to know. if
Yeah,
that's worth flagging.
The money amounts are for this one are really insufficient to the need. And they are insufficient to need in the years directly, they've broken it out. You've got planning down there at 5 or something. I don't have my computer in front of me. That they're starting with planning and in these first years, and they have $5 million in there for planning, and then construction is in the 2030 and beyond. They have that 2 pieces broken out, and what they ran into last time they tried to plan this is that they had planned a $3 million improvement that turned out to be a $30 million cost. So,
Are you talking about the wildfire crossing?
no, I'm talking about Bakerville.
Okay.
And,
Tried to start twice in the past, right?
yeah, they have taken a couple of swings at this thing, and every time they do, it gets more involved than they want to pay for. And quite frankly, I think that's what's going to happen the next round too. Because I don't think the environmental folks or we are going to back down on what the needs are up there. But the funding appears to be inadequate, and I wouldn't mind just saying the funding, given past experience, the funding appears to be inadequate.
Well, they've only identified just over half.
Yes.
Right? They've identified 65% of the funding
Well, and
for their estimate, which we believe is low,
yes,
right?
yes, which.
So not only do we think
know
that
from
it'll cost more than $20 million, but we're pointing out that they're only funding 12.5 of that $20 million.
What I expect to sort of off the record happen in that this is that they're going to shorten the lane. And in other words, that what really is going to happen is it's not going to start at Bakerville. That because they don't want to replace the bridge at Herman Gulch. Because the bridge at Herman Gulch would chew up all of that money. And they don't want to replace the bridge at Herman Gulch. So my sense of what's truly going to happen here is that the climbing lane from Bakerville is going to cease being from Bakerville, and it is going to be from Herman Gulch up to the tunnel, and actually beyond that bridge at Herman Gulch. Don't walk under the bridge at Herman Gulch. It's perfectly scary. Run. No, I mean, it's really in scary shape, but yeah, but they've got a huge bridge. If you think about what it takes to drive through the tunnel, as you come up beyond the Loveland Basin exit, you're on a whole sort of viaduct approach that is slanted. That's actually sort of slanted that way, which is one of the reasons that it causes such difficulty for trucks. So yeah, they've shortchanged it. You can't fix this thing.
So I think,
Go ahead.
I think that's worth mentioning. One of my takeaways from their presentation to us was they're prepping us to accept not investing in I-70 for the next 10 years. Remember how, oh, we did this for you, we did that for you, we did this for you.
That's what this shows.
And I think we can be more explicit about that
Okay.
in our comment.
I did use our 4P letter that we sent and cross-reference what made the plan, and obviously nothing made it, and they didn't address any of our concerns, hardly ever, except for pushing the wildlife crossing off, which we asked for sooner. So that was kind of the theme of the first one, so I'm happy to address any more specifics on, hey, Floyd Hill doesn't count as an investment in our county. It's an investment in making the infrastructure in our county worse because we're gonna get more cars.
Right.
It is it helps Jeffco more than it helps us. We need quit giving us credit for this. And I can be more explicit about the effects of Floyd Hill, but I didn't want to do that without y'all's direction.
I'm not sure you want to do that here,
Okay.
because you have plenty of fodder here. To you know,
For one or two, I don't want to include it in the Bakerville conversation, but the first one about the 10-year plan in general,
oh, the 10-year plan generally.
About to
Yes,
uncork.
yes.
hell on us, and we need more mitigation, which was what I was trying to get at with one, but I can always,
No, I thought that was a great
I
argument.
can start I like to start soft and get firmer. So we can definitely get firmer.
Yes,
And I think that helps tie, so there's another kind of takeaway I have on the first comment, which is we talk a lot about service demands, specifically emergency services. And we're calling for them to help us out with those service demands. 10-year plan is really like a capital planning process. And so it's like,
yeah.
The argument I was trying to gather is mitigation. Good mitigation for us limits our service demand. So in order to help us with sustainability, we need real mitigation. And that's a capital decision to invest in mitigation that will hopefully make the road safer and better for everyone. That's where the 10-year plan fits in here, right? Because we need them to invest in mitigation, which they are not doing, and they are not prioritizing in any capacity, which plays into this sustainability of our service problem, right? So that's the argument I was trying to make.
So, yeah, I think with people like this,
Okay.
you have to be specific. And don't just say mitigation. I know what you mean by that, but say, the wildlife crossing will make that area safer. Fixing bridges or whatever else you're thinking of, make it specific.
Okay.
Appropriate,
there's also like the environmental health impacts of that highway. And this is the confusion that I'm hearing mitigation about. We're spending a lot of money responding to accidents. We need that to be mitigated. I'm also wanting to point out that this highway didn't get any of the mitigations that would have been required to get under NEPA if they would have gone through NEPA.
Wasn't that our decision?
no.
That was their
No,
decision?
see, we're a pre-NEPA highway, unfortunately.
Well, but we supported a categorical exclusion.
Yeah, CADX for the people.
For peak period shoulder,
So-
yes, and that's our.
I say we want
Talking about
mitigations.
peak period
That's what I'm
shoulder
talking
here.
about. I'm talking about wanting the kinds of mitigations we would have, that highway would have. I'm talking about noise pollution, air pollution. Am I off base here in wanting to?
Yeah, I
Isn't
think.
that what our
that
4P
we're-
letter
we're-
said?
We're trying to argue a
Yes.
huge thing on comments on the 10-year plan. And I think that we lose focus on the things that we could get done in the 10-year plan. Because they're going to blow by all of that, George. They're going to blow by all of that. It has no reference to the question they've asked is comments on this plan. And I think that Colton's first comment can be very directed to this plan. And yes, his whole first comment said, hey, if you're doing anything capital now here as Bakerville will be, we have to see a really full mitigation plan that goes along with it. You're talking about fixing past ills, which I'm not saying shouldn't be fixed, but let's not use our CTIO arguments on Bakerville at this point, because when we keep repeating the same arguments, in a sense, they lose their force. I'd like to see this one really focused in on, look, we don't want to see any capacity improvement, any. And that's how you make it general, without the accompanying mitigation with them. And you are proposing Bakerville. Well, if you're doing that, then it's going to have to do these mitigations. The other thing is, they are never going to, never too harsh. In their current economic, in their current way of being funded, they are not going to give Clear Creek County direct monies for emergency services.
We're not asking for that in here.
I understand it, but it sort of sounds like we are.
I can understand why it seemed that way, and that's on me. What I need to do is tie it back to the fact that if you increase the car count without a corresponding rate of reduction in your accident rate and all the other things that are associated, we're already over our skis here, right? You can't, it's wildly irresponsible to increase the crash amount and an aggregate number. We need to see capital projects that reduce our crash rate. Otherwise, We are already the highest crash rate in Region 1. We are already X, Y, all the other things that are in there. We want to see firm commitments to mitigation of the rate of accidents, which is in the scope of the 10-year plan because of all the safety stuff that isn't here
Right.
that everyone else has.
However, they will tell you the climbing lane will do that for you.
I don't know how more cars.
No, it isn't more cars, because the problem that's happening as you come to the tunnel is that you get trucks that tend to slide, and there are only 2 lanes. So they're sliding into the car lane. And if you put an extra climbing lane there, they have, and if you actually in snow impacts, you insist that they stay in the climbing lane, which they could do, then you have left 2 lanes and you are actually making the other lanes safer. I don't know if any of you have been caught up there when trucks are sliding all over the place in front of you and there's no way to get around them. I've had it happen twice over the years, and they will make the argument that they're making it safer.
They could
Yeah,
make the
that was my
argument,
feeling.
but we could make the argument that what you're also doing is increasing speed.
Mhm.
Because if you have the second lane jammed with
That's right.
trucks, now all of the Texas people and the Colorado people and all the truck people is in the 1 lane. You're adding a 3rd lane, the trucks go over 1. Now there's slower cars in the middle lane, and now that left lane's a racetrack again, right? Which is how we see it everywhere else. And so you might get less semi on truck accidents, but I guarantee you the severity of the passenger vehicle and passenger accidents is going to go up because the speed is going to go up.
I would like
Because
to
there's
say,
more room.
when they brought the toll lane to the Dumont area, I had 2 accidents this last weekend. It used to be 1 accident. I don't know what is going on. I keep talking about this. I would love to talk to Aaron and them.
Multiple accidents is
It's made it worse, way worse. The highway is backed up. It's not solved that problem, but now there's accidents continuously. Luckily, the fire department and the ambulance is right there, so they're right on it. But I don't understand them adding that 3rd lane now, like Colton is talking about. Our services are out on the highway constantly now. I mean, my neighbor's like, what's going on now? I said, I don't know. It's just like,
yeah, well, and one of it's the chain accident thing that's happening.
and it's.
Accident 1
Out there.
is not the fatality. The fatality is in accident 2 behind accident 1. But for this particular one, Colton, I'm just suggesting that we really heavily focus not on, I'm suggesting that we don't directly bring up peak period shoulder lanes in this discussion. We may talk about it in that general sense, but that we really focus on the safety up there. And I'm with you.
Bakerville or for the general one? The general comment, which comment?
For the general, up at the general comment, when you're coming in, that we say, and we don't bring Bakerville up, because it is the general comment on the whole plan. You have left out, once again, left out, and it can be once again left out safety.
Any safety projects for us?
Because they have once again left it out. Explain to us how this is safer. I have also a thought that in this comment, and Colton and I have sort of talked about this a little bit. I think, yes, Clear Creek County is absolutely in a unique position of trying to fund the health and safety of 23 million people. Which is, 9,000 people trying to fund the
In an incredibly.
safety of
Yeah.
all of the people up and down that highway. And no, CDOT's never going to have direct money to, I say never, but in their current configuration does not have direct money to put to that. I think we're asking in the wrong place. I think this is a state legislator question. I did mention to Colton, we had a horrendous accident here last week with the ice hockey team. It was horrendous. And I would be very interested in knowing very, very specifically who called it in, who was first on scene, who was next on scene, how long did they stay? Because the news said, well, the Colorado State Patrol reported, and I sat there and said, yeah, and I'll bet they were either third or fourth on scene.
That is, for the framing of that argument, CDOT did show up that day in force in a way we've never seen them before because it was their truck. And they were 2 miles from the tunnel where they're.
And the tunnel has an emergency vehicle in it.
So that's not, but yes, we are looking at that in general, but that's not the event to bring on that, I
Are
think.
you talking about putting anything about that into this letter?
No, but I'm talking about building a case to take in a separate action, building the case to sit down with our state legislators and say, look, here is an example of something that we because Colton has all of the statistics at this point. We have all of the statistics and in what it means over a year. But in order to focus the conversation, we do describe a given incident and say, X happened, here's who showed up, here's how long they stayed. But our guys
letter
did
or
show
not?
up and what?
In this letter or not in this letter?
No, not in this, as a separate action. But we need to start that action. Because the minute we start that action, CDOT starts to notice we have started that action.
We will. Staff has a plan in place to look at every incident that's similar to what happened on Thursday and start counting.
Yeah, but we don't need 10 incidents. We need one good
I mean, look for that one.
To,
So
and then we get together.
To this letter
Yeah.
that we're here to discuss and this comment that we're here to certify. Because I agree with what you're saying on that. And I'm happy to hear that there's progress being made on that. And yes, we have all kinds of conversations we need to have with the legislature. To this letter, I see here item number 2, fully fund public safety mitigation measures. This is the second of our 4 asks. Are we sure at this point that this is in keeping with where this conversation has gone?
I meant capital mitigation to
Yep.
get the rate down. So I'll be clear on the language. When I was, and this is where this is helpful for me because I'm running the letter, so I know. So it's helpful for people who don't know what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Tell me it doesn't make sense. It's about fully fund the mitigation of the crash rates and all the other safety concerns that we have and don't push the wildlife crossing to 2030, right? Because our impacts are today, not then, now. And so we need to see in this plan a real commitment to mitigate our crash rate because that's a capital thing. And there's very little in here that looks to address our crash rate. And so what we hear from CDOT frequently is PPSL doesn't do anything because the crash rate hasn't moved. The crash rate is already too high. So unless it's coming down, more cars means more crashes, which means we can't handle it because our population and tax base isn't growing. The only thing moving in that equation
Is
the amount of cars on 70. The rate doesn't move, our tax base doesn't move, our population doesn't move. The only thing moving is the amount of cars. So we need to see you bring down the crash rate. And that is best done through safe capital investments, which magically don't ever get enough money or enough attention from CDOT. And so
then in that case, I agree wholeheartedly.
I just need more clear.
And that the sound wall is an inappropriate addition, right? The sound wall has nothing to do with crash rates.
Yeah, that's probably right. So that's.
Life crossing.
second-
Oh, definitely.
Wildlife crossing does. So let me find a better place for mentioning in a softer fashion that we want to see the
Sound wall.
sound wall finished.
I think it's worth maybe just expressing some disappointment about what's not in here. Right? I mean, saying that the wildfire crossing project is late and that we need you to focus on investments that reduce the crash rate is fine. But the other thing that's not in here is that our people need mitigations, right? We have air quality, I think I feel like every time we're asked, we have to say this highway is harming the people of Clear Creek County and we need you to mitigate those harms. And we're talking
Not
about sound
only
walls,
the crash
air
rate,
quality.
our life.
right? So I don't think, I'm not asking that it be the main thrust, but I think there needs to be a paragraph in here saying this 10-year plan does not address the harms to the people of Clear Creek County.
So yeah, the mitigations to the people who live here, not just the rate. Yeah.
Right.
Not just the rates. Right, and the
This is what
other,
I hear about, right?
the other I brought up because I think it's so time to move forward with, and I'm glad to hear, because I'm glad to hear, because I know Colton has been working on it, because that's why we have all of the background information now and all of the statistics that we need to essentially move forward with attempting to, on a state level, get some recognition of the burden on this particular county. I know the reluctance would be, if we start this in one place, we're going to be doing this all over the state.
Yeah.
Well, that depends on where you set your, nobody else. There is no other county that has 32 miles of interstate and a population of under 10,000 people. It just doesn't exist out.
That's what you say to people when you can get away with saying it to them. Oh, no, but if we do it for you, it could be there.
No, it doesn't need to be that
Because
way.
they've probably tried to say that to Boulder County too. Right? But Boulder County has found a way to get dedicated funding to that county in the long bill, just in a line item in the state's budget.
Yes, and we can become a line item in the state budget. We really can. It's going to take a little political moving, but we can do that. And I think that's so essential for this county.
We have to get there.
Okay, are we?
I don't have any other comments on the letter.
So in review, I'll be quick. Soften, make sure the Idaho Springs sound wall is in comment 1, just soften it as mitigation of people who bring here, bring in concern about lack of mitigation. The people who live here in general across the county, including more sound walls, air quality mitigation, sound mitigation, all that kind of stuff.
Wildlife crossing.
The wildlife crossing will be directly related to the argument about the rate. It's deprioritization. Our rate is too high. We need to see more projects like the wildlife crossing.
So, ever since I've been coming to Georgetown for meetings and everything, periodically there'll be a crash at Dumont and it will slow me down. And I'm like, wait a minute, Dumont is flat and straight.
I don't know what it is.
Is it that crazy intersection that people are?
No, they're on the highway. It's flat. There's the 3 lanes and they're fender benders. I mean, they're not like but it's enough to cause our emergency services to have to come out.
Not to speculate too much, but I think it's that traffic is now moving slow from Floyd Hill all the way past Idaho Springs, and it opens up and people slam on the accelerator.
And they're texting.
And they're going way too fast on a narrow stretch of freeway with three lanes.
Right.
Right. And it is a behavioral reaction to the congestion they just got through, because it is human nature to be like, all right.
I can go.
Boom, there it is
And
again.
so I think that's what it is.
Are you sure it's not just people trying to figure out if that's actually a strawberry on the side of the highway? And by the way, how did our land use code allow that thing to be built?
I don't know.
And should we fix
But
that?
we did
too,
not
while
have
fixing
those
things in this
accidents
county?
like that until that
I think it's just
shoulder lane
slow.
opened up.
Because it's one of those weird human behavior dynamics that you see where congestion in one place creates more accidents in a different place because it incentivizes a weird behavior down the system,
Interesting.
right?
We used to think it was a zip line causing it.
I think I'm
I think
through
that
Idaho
it's
Springs.
all of those things. You
Yeah.
also have the fact that bridge at Dumont was not expanded at all. I've seen 2 or 3 trucks that have hit the bridge
Just
because
into
the
it.
peak period shoulder lane doesn't, they never expanded the bridge. So you have a 4-lane bridge with a 6-lane road on it.
Yeah.
And there's that, and
Both of those bridges.
both of those bridges
Yeah.
were never altered. And that is, so yes, I'm with Colton completely. Somebody's zipping along, they're finally free, and actually the slightest squeeze is going to catch you.
And in addition to, on comment one, mention the Floyd Hill project. Make it more clear about capital investment in accident and mitigation projects, not financial mitigation, right? Not
Right.
operational mitigation. Comment two, stronger language on the PL, on all that this has been agreed to by the ROD. You must go to the board, you must get a PLT, firm up all of those impacts. And softly mention that without a third bore, it's a road to nowhere.
Mhm.
I don't know.
Well, yeah, and the weird thing is that right on the west side, it is 3 lanes. So it's like, you're really gonna stop them on the east side of the tunnel?
They
And
seem
then,
completely convinced, and I've been engaging in the west region and say, talk to your data scientists, because I think your assumption that a third of the traffic goes to Empire through or over the pass to Warner Park is wrong.
Mhm.
Because you're assuming that we are not a destination ourselves. Well, I got 10 million people that said otherwise, and I think there's a lot of circling and back that's happening, like between the Idaho Springs Tunnel and the Eisenhower Tunnel. That's Herman Gulch and Winona Pass and all these things that people are doing and then turning around and going to the metro. So this assumption that you don't need that Empire Junction is now where that PPSL now ends is not going to turn into another massive Floyd Hill traffic jam.
Mhm.
I don't think that's data supported. I think they're making a wild assumption that they're all going to Winter Park because they're assuming
oh,
no
you're right.
one would ever stop here.
Yeah.
I don't think that's for this conversation, but it's definitely a conversation about like where the capacity need actually is.
Not what we're talking.
There's a theme here that, I mean, I could welcome as just a third comment, which is just the second half of this 10-year window is going to be real tough in Clear Creek County. Right. And just, I mean, it might be worth just describing what it's going to look like between the bottom of Floyd Hill and Bakerville in the second half of this 10-year period.
The Empire Junction.
Right. And be like, and we don't see anything in here except for this wildfire crossing that's planned to mitigate any of
So,
this.
so are you inviting,
Calling it a wildfire
are you
crossing.
inviting them to make the Peak Pierce shuttle lanes permanent and widen them?
That's
Is that what you're inviting them to do? Are you inviting them to do a lane from Empire Junction all the way up to the Eisenhower Tunnel? And that comes back to, then we have we have said, or the board has said, that they don't want any further capacity increase until the tunnel bore is done.
and so it's not a good idea.
So I don't think that we argue that too heavily at this. Yeah, I understand what you're saying, George, but the consequence of it is, they're asking us to increase capacity throughout.
Oh, good.
No, we're not.
That's why I want to use the uncorking of Floyd Hill as a case for more investment in mitigation,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Crash mitigation. Yeah.
Crash mitigation, environmental health mitigation for the people who live here. You are basically bringing the bottleneck from our border, our county line, to the middle of the county where a third of our population lives within 1,000 feet of the freeway.
And when all those cars are idle, yeah, never mind.
You know what I mean? So we
We
have,
can almost taste it now. When the semis are out there, it's so, with this time of the year, it's like you can taste that diesel.
okay, so I will work on getting all of these comments in and I will resend the comment out to the board members individually. If you can just reply, yes, no, approve, don't approve, and then I can put it into the comment period, because I think the comment period is going to close before our next meeting.
Yes, I think.
Okay.
Yeah.
Could we put, P.S. We look forward to seeing your design for the, back to for the third bore on the tunnel. Just a little P.S. We look forward to seeing your design for the third bore on a tunnel, because they have publicly said they don't plan to do it.
Anyway, that's not.
I have a question. Oh, go ahead, George.
No.
I was just gonna ask a question about the process. So when we were like brand new commissioners then, and we were asked to bring forth things like Clear Creek's Ask, things that we thought were important. What happens to that and how often does that happen?
What?
The 4P letter?
Yeah, like they had talked about putting a rest area at Bakerville. To some of the ideas that we had all tossed around. Is that an every 10-year event or?
Actually, it is, I don't know if it's a full 10 years because I think they re-look at this 4 or 5 years down the
I
line.
think it's twice every 10-year plan they
Yes,
do.
yeah, yeah. It's not, it doesn't take 10 years to do it.
Because I just feel like everything we asked for just went.
The only thing that made the 10-year plan, was what I was trying to get to with comment one, which we need to be more clear about, is the only thing, all the stuff we asked for didn't make it, and the only stuff that made it was either a pushing off of a mitigated project that was already committed to in the wildlife crossing, and all the stuff you already wanted to do.
Right.
So where's our
Which is
stuff?
capacity.
Yeah, so do we mention in the comment period, in this comment letter that that it appears that none of the comments that from
Yeah,
Clear
we can do
County were addressed?
That's essentially what I was trying to get to is like, there's not really a whole lot in
Yeah.
here for us. It's worth just noting.
Yes, unfortunately, none of the, even if it's the sentence that says unfortunately, that none of the comments that Clear Creek County submitted in the 3-4P, whatever process were included in this plan.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, no, this plan decidedly ignores the I-70 mountain corridor.
They want to call it done.
Noticeably ignores it.
Yeah. Then my last question is written comment our only engagement plan? Is there like a live comment? Do we want to?
No,
There's no live comment
Okay.
for this.
That's the written.
Dr. Cog does that. As far as I could tell, CDOT doesn't do that for this. It is all written comment.
Okay.
If I'll ask, and if I hear differently from CDOT, if they're
Yeah, I don't
all to go,
think there's.
I'll let y'all know, and we can try to get one of y'all to go and speak, but I don't think so. If that's it.
Thank you.
Oh, back up.
Yes.
Just on the total subject of it, I was playing around with the idea the other night. We have to be careful to not think of CDOT as a monolith, because it's easy to think about them as a monolith, but CDOT isn't. CDOT is a group of silos, and they are very distinct. And sometimes one silo has no idea what the next silo is doing. And so we have a mixed group of tips. Our relationships with some silos are really good, and our relationship with other silos are not so good, which sounds funny, but this relates to two conversations. One is the CTIO conversation. Region 1's upper management does work with CTIO. Region 1's local on-site management does not. And Floyd Hill is an island in the Pacific. It is such a isolated silo that, and yes, it will have a toll lane on it, but the construction of the road is almost wholly unrelated, certainly unrelated in any form of policy to the CTIO silo. And so there are times that it's really hard to parcel out. We have a very good and a very strong relationship with this Floyd Hill construction team. And for instance, Peter questioned on our PLT for the Floyd Hill that's meeting this Friday. It says, discuss 1041 processes. What they're going to discuss is we had an environmental task force that met with CDOT on how Clear Creek County wanted to receive the reports we've asked for. Colton was there, Garrett was there. Thank goodness Colton was there because he knows how to send environmental reports, but and we agreed upon a process. What's happening at that PLT meeting is somebody's reporting back into the PLT. Yeah, we resolved this. This is this way. But what happens is that something on this agenda triggers your thoughts about what you're doing over here. And so I'm just sort of urging a little caution at understanding which fight we're fighting when we're doing it, because it is not universal at all. I mean, it is the most siloed organization I've ever seen. I want to draw a diagram. I'm gonna have somebody draw a diagram and say, here are these folks.
I don't think it's possible to make a better argument to an elected body about how important it is to avoid silos inside your organization. Do you hear, right?
Yeah,
Um,
no. And yes, Floyd Hill Construction got environmental into a mess because they sat here and agreed to things that they hadn't checked out with the silo that it was gonna have to do them. And so that was that's on them, not on us, but that's a total communication gap in there. So we're constantly trying to figure out
I have a quick question.
which place.
Colton or Cindy. Floyd Hill project is such a massive project with the flyover lanes and everything. It's gonna get accomplished, right? Or is this just kind of this
No, it'll get done.
really nice, pretty pictures and then they're gonna go, so we ran out of money?
Oh, they're on schedule.
Okay.
They are actually on schedule.
I think there is a real risk that the case that Floyd Hill was made was not as well understood by the actual traffic flows because of a data hole that they have. They don't have counters between the Veterans Tunnel, the double tunnel.
Veterans
by-
Memorial Tunnel.
By Idaho Springs and Eisenhower.
They were called the twin tunnels.
So they assume that the bottleneck in the trip to Breck
Mhm.
That's the,
is Floyd Hill.
Right.
If I had been here,
Mhm.
or whatever at the time, I think I would have
challenge.
challenged some skepticism there, because the worst case scenario for us is that gets done and it just moves it to Dumont,
Mm-hmm.
to Idaho, to the junction.
Right.
Because then basically we got a whole lot of cars, no one's getting anywhere any faster. Now we have even more traffic on even worse infrastructure, because they kind of made a very interesting assumption. Now, maybe they're right.
And that assumption was made in 2008.
Yeah,
I
which is a
don't
long
think
time
that-
ago.
I'm seeing the patterns that I see. I'm worried,
Yeah.
and I want to start talking about our concerns now.
So do we have data about how many cars take 40?
They have it at the pass.
At what?
They have some counting at the pass, right?
Oh, at Bertha Pass?
But it doesn't match.
I mean, they made this
Cars that
assumption
disappear.
without any mobility that like we didn't even, do we have cell phones in 2008?
What?
Barely,
Yeah.
right?
All right,
The-
right.
The level of
So-
data that
so-
we have today is just
Yes,
totally
but-
different.
Right.
And you
Hopefully I'm not
see
lose
the
guy.
record of decision, which focused it on Floyd Hill
Mm-hmm.
record, because that's where the backups always were. So it
Right.
focused.
Well, that was a bad, I mean, that is a bad road.
Yes, and so it focused on that, but the traffic studies, and we have them someplace, were done in 2001, 2002. I mean, we are literally 25 years later because of the huge gap between the fact that we study something and it's a good idea and actually getting it in motion and getting it built. We are always infrastructure behind where we are.
The problem is that people's behavior changed. We became more of a destination. I think what they're seeing, the whole, as far as I understand it, the analysis centered on the counts at the double tunnel, the counts at Eisenhower.
Yep,
Why do all these cars disappear? They must be going to Winter Park.
and that's not necessarily.
That's not necessarily true. There's other places they can go, and we know they're here. So we're, anyway, so
Cindy, I have a question, because when people say, oh,
Yeah.
this sucks for your community, you've been dealing with this for like 7 or 8 years. When did this really start? Like when they did the twin tunnels, and was that 2003?
Actually, the record of decision was 2011.
There was stuff done before then.
Not big projects, no.
Because I remember people saying, I'm gonna be dead before this, and those people are dead before this is done. When did the twin tunnels get done?
The twin tunnels got done in 11 and 12,
Yeah, so that, and so it's.
and they were the first big pieces of this.
That'd be like 2005 or something then, or
But,
however, how long did it take to get those built?
oh no, they were quick. They were quick. We started planning them on them, about 2008 was the, when the coalition came together and the ROD was signed in 2011. And by the time we were signing the ROD, the tunnels were already in design. And quite frankly, the tunnels folks, the tunnel construction company was the same company that is building Floyd Hill. And they were on time and in budget. They did one tunnel and then proposed to CDOT doing the other tunnel because they were right there. So they turned around and did the other tunnel, and Peak Piers shoulder lanes came right after them. Eastbound first and then westbound. So yes, we've been under construction for 15 years.
Is there anything else about direction on the 10-year plan?
No, I think we're done.
Okay.
Okay.
Do you need anything else?
No, I'll send this guys over the next couple days. Please respond
Yep.
quickly because I want to make sure we make the comment window.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Cindy.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Colton, when everybody, would you send me one of those for my file, please?
And I will be
If
meeting.
you would like, I don't burden you guys with this, but I'd be happy after I go to the PLT meeting up at Floyd Hill to send you all a little note and say,
Yeah,
this is what was discussed and,
yeah, just send it to Colton and he'll get it to us.
yeah, okay, will do.
Thank you.
you.
Okay, the board will now move back into executive session for the reasons stated earlier.
But I can reread it into the record anyway, just the single one that we
That would be
didn't
fine.
get to, just so the public's aware, pursuant to CRS 24640224B and D for the Board of County Commissioners to confer with the county attorney for the purposes of receiving legal advice on specific legal questions relating to proposed legislation and determining positions relative to matters that may be subject to negotiations, developing strategy for negotiations, and instructing negotiators with regard to the proposed legislation.
Thank you.
So moved.
Was it?
Or second. We need to do it again.
We had a
You
motion.
had it already prior, so I just wanted to.
He was just informing the public.
But.
Okay, let's move into executive session.